Alright, can you hear me now? Every once in a while, OBS will randomly change the input from the microphone to something else. Anyway, I hope I'm audible now. Welcome. Thank you. Let's try that again. Welcome, one and all, to the broadcast. I'm Max Dowling, your baffled time-traveling host. And you can see how baffled I am, because I don't know what OBS is doing. How are you doing, Cyrilla? Oh dear. What a start. Well, I'm glad that you were here to tell me that. Imagine how long I would have gone on unaware. Anyway, yeah, I have my stream title says Art and Tea, but I do in fact have Red Bull because my tea is not cool enough to drink yet. But there's only like 189 milligrams of caffeine in the Red Bull, and there's no caffeine in the tea, so I should be fine. Oh, what would your child self think of the current you? I think they'd be a little bit confused, but I think they'd be happy. Young me would not foresee any of this. Young me had never heard of a VTuber. And so that so I think in that case that your childhood self would be impressed with your video game prowess. Now that's unfortunate. Do you think your child self would like all the memes though? I feel like my childhood self would be both kind of impressed with what I'm doing, but also like, what happened to the whole becoming a published author thing? And I'd be like, well, that's hard. But yes, currently we are doing, we've made design number 1, which is this with the tailcoat. So we're going to take a look at making design number 2, which is going to be a morning suit. And now, I think I have reference material. Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't want to. Let me copy image. There we go. That made the image very tiny. But anyway, this is a morning suit. I realise now that might be a little, there we go. So this is what we're going to be drawing, except in wildly different colours. Like the 50th time. Oh dear. Well, I'm glad that you have patience. It's a very, very valuable thing. Ooh, I remember when Derek was trying to beat Sans, it took him over 100 tries. That's it. What do I have this dark green? Okay, so this one has a dark suit and a very light coloured waistcoat. I've also got an actual tie, which I mean, I've got one right now, but it's never been my intention to have one. But I mean, I might as well try that. I've always been particularly partial to bow ties. Yeah, let's start with... the more reasonable shade of purple. I realise this reference is going to might get in the way of the way that I use the fill bucket, so we're going to make it smaller. It can live over there. Oh, I see. Just... wrong one. Go back. I'm going to be... Now this is not at all a knock on Markiplier, but I'm going to be watching Iron Lung, and I'm not looking forward to it, because it's not my style. It's not my style of matey, is all I'll say. Interesting, it's striped pants. That sounds a little complicated to do, but maybe we'll try that. Right. Maybe I should actually let's do the line work first. Yeah, we're going because Derek loves Markiplier. He likes horror. I'm sure he'll absolutely love Iron Lung. And I'm going to be there. It's caked, but I wonder how long that movie is. Longer than I would prefer, I'm sure. Now, see, the thing with morning suits is that they're much rounder around the back than tailcoats, and they tend not to have like a real vent. I suppose tailcoats don't have a vent either, they're just completely separate pieces of fabric. Now that I'm looking at this image and comparing it to a real person, it seems awfully thin. I'll probably have to make this a little more reasonable width for a human being, but anyway. So, if we have an open jacket, like he does, then there wouldn't be quite as much, it wouldn't be as tailored as the previous design that we were doing. I mean, like, it wouldn't be as form-fitting. Technically, it's just as, yeah, about there. About there's where it would hit. But yeah, I've heard that Iron Lung is a great film. It hasn't been out very long, but people have apparently liked it quite a bit. Unfortunately, no matter how good a film is, it will not change the genre, which is never the one that I want to go see. I also watched, what's it called? A Quiet Place 2, which was a very unpleasant experience. Good movie. I could tell that it was a good movie, that it was well made. I've started giving that in with sing. There we go. That effect. We'll probably want to a default. Oh, how it's broken all those lines. It's not that, it's not, you know, I can even tell oftentimes if a horror movie is done well. I just don't enjoy, honestly, I think it's worse when they're done well, because I don't like being frightened, and if you do badly at a horror movie, it's not scary, because you failed to be frightening and disturbing, in which case I would have less of a bad time, so I actually would prefer watch a bad horror movie. So anyway, I'll let you all know on Tuesday how that goes. Very good. Edit. I have had a great liking for morning suits. In a lot of ways, I love a lot of the colours that will go with some morning suits. They can be very pretty, but this actual portion I don't think looks that great. But I'm committed to trying to make a design with each of... I don't need to bother with that, do I? With each of the different styles. So, here we are. Make it be a little more close to the skin. And this time we will do one of the lapel styles that I like. Big lapel. I am still rather baffled at how I accidentally gave myself a shawl lapel, in my previous one. That. Ah! Have you achieved victory? There we go. And now, the lapels of a morning suit tend to be a little bit stiffer than, say, a tuxedo, because they're not satin, so it actually kind of tends to lift more. There'd be more shadow here. But we'll be able to see that in the sketch. What I was saying about lapels? I gave myself... My previous design has a shawl lapel, which I don't really like very much. It is my least favourite kind of lapel. And yet somehow I gave that to myself. Probably shouldn't be getting too concerned with the minute details, but... especially given that I should probably be moving quicker than I did last time. So there are three main types of lapels. This right here is a peaked lapel. So where the lapel being the side, kind of the upturned part of the suit. So you have the peaked lapel, which is kind of this shape. It's generally got kind of little, goes into kind of a corner like that. So around the collar. And then you have a notched lapel, which looks something like that. So it's going, around the neck. Looks about like that. This is a very bad image. And then you have the shawl lapel, which just kind of looks like that. Which is what I have here. So you can see on this design there's no notch here. There's no notch, there's no line at all, it's just one continuous piece, so that's called a shawl lapel. I'm trying to realise that edge a bit closer to the neck, but whatever. But yeah, my preference is for a peaked lapel. Which is also, this is a tailcoat, so it should have a peaked lapel anyway. But I also like the notched lapels. The peaked lapels, to me, read more formal. Probably because of tailcoats. And the notched feels more business. Here, let me just find a better reference. Pipes. So here we have the lapel types. So the lapel being the kind of bluish grey here, the darker portion. Oh no! That's the opposite of what you're supposed to do. Ah, hello there! Welcome in! How are you doing, Alonso? Yeah, so shoal is like this, one continuous piece. The peak does that sort of thing, looks like a check mark a little bit. And the notched is kind of, is the most common one that you'll see on suits these days. Yeah, exactly. I love that one. Let's see, what kind does this one have? This one has peaked as well, yes? Yes, peaked. I'm working on designs for me. Designing new outfits for myself. Because I should probably have my own design at some point, as opposed to one that I'm using from reality. How are you doing? What are you up to today? Where was my reference? Perfect. Well, I guess we can just copy-paste that. This. Yeah, I should probably... No, wait, because the button's only on one side. Oh, I see. Well, good luck. Yes. I hope that you make many kills. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Alright, now it is time. Let's check it. And then under the jacket we need to work on that waistcoat. Which this one, we're going to follow the example of our reference here, and have this one starting, kind of having a very deep V. I do kind of like the big lapels on suit jackets, or the vest rather. And they have a pocket watch, I think they do. I guess, which part are you talking about? If you're talking about the old-timey radio voice, that effect, all you need is a equalizer, EQ, and you need to take out a bunch of the lows and some of the highs of the EQ. There's guides for it that you can find online. Yeah, it imitates an old-fashioned microphone from before we learned how to make them sound decent. You know, that's why I use a fairly nice microphone. It's to pretend that I don't. Okay, so wait. So actually, contact's about there, a little bit more than halfway down. It's probably about there. So this will be waistcoat. There we go. Yes, that's the side that goes over. I think my coat is a little bit more closed than his, so I should have the final line be underneath it. likes very helpful things on the internet, especially when typing. We're going to just flip this around for the other side. Huh, I have that surprisingly well centered. Okay, I suppose I can use a larger eraser to go a little faster. Perfect. Ugh. 5 already, wow. You're really speedrunning those, though I suppose those can go really quickly in a bullet hell type game. It was lovely meeting you as well. Take care, Alonzo. That's it. Right, buttons, that's what I need. This one is double-breasted, so we're going to do... Same as in the picture, 6 buttons. Maybe I should define where the end of it is first. I realise that probably goes lower than it should. Okay. Decent placing, I think. It'll work for now. Well... Oh, right, yes. That's why this is not matching up at all. Because of the lapels. I need those. Quite extreme. That's probably fine. How do you handle jealousy? Oh. This is a difficult question for me to answer because, truth be told, I don't really experience jealousy much. Yeah, there's not really much that actually makes me feel jealous of someone. I don't know how much advice I can provide on that particular one. I suppose, right, still doing what else, that that doesn't look right. That'll work better. Let's change that angle. Something like that. Da-da. I experienced an ideal amount of jealousy. What's... Isn't the ideal amount none? For the first time in a few years today, I do not want to elaborate further. Fair enough. Personally, I feel like the... Oh, I've been doing that directly on there, well. Personally, I feel like the ideal amount of jealousy is none, because I feel like it's... I don't know, an annoying thing to experience when you do. Like, it's... Because jealousy typically is not... It's typically not terribly rational. And if it is rational, if anything, that's more concerning. Because that means that you have a genuine reason to worry about, you know, someone that you care about not, sticking around, I suppose. Well, I mean, not necessarily. It can also be, maybe defining terms would be a good start. Crush is interesting. Fair enough. Yeah, not one of the things that I can relate to, which is might play into the jealousy thing somewhat, for me as far as not experiencing it, but I know lots of people who get jealous over friends. I've had a friend get jealous when it came to me, actually. What was I saying? I don't remember. Yes. So, so to define terms, jealousy and, what's the other one? Envy are often mixed up. With envy meaning that you want something that someone else has. Ran into the bullets again, no! What if I mean... Who knows? But I mean, you can always teach a robot to beat a robot. That's not exactly significant. See, the thing is, if we were talking about a regular, just like, oh, can you make a program that can beat Sans? The answer is yes, of course. But AI is bizarrely bad at being a robot, so I'm not certain that how well an AI would do. Like, you can absolutely make a program to defeat him, probably fairly easily. But could you get one of the AIs, the LLMs, to do it? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they can't figure out how to play chess, so I'm a little doubtful. And, like, look, it's not that chess is an easy game by any means, but remembering whether or not you own knights, I don't think that's terribly difficult. Not that I think I'd do terribly well if I had to do chess from memory, but I do think I'd remember whether or not I'd lost, like, my queen or something, which is something that AI cannot seem to keep track of, because people have tested it against trying to play chess, and they don't do well. The Metaton's cousins... Hey now, Metaton's cousins are ghosts. They're not AI chess in respect. I made my hands too small, you know. I always make hands very, very small. I don't know why. Well, there's the basics of that. Buttons. Yeah, so one of those is partially covered. We're going to make these extra big so that they're easier to see. Yeah, something like that. I suppose I can just copy and paste them down, can't I? Oh! Oops. Right. I meant to move to another layer, and I did not do that. Okay. New layer. Should work better now. Yeah. There we are. Might be a little big. Okay, we're going to go with that. Now, shit. That way. If we put the bottom one there. should go right about there. Perfect. And now we have the buttons. They look decent enough. Maybe a little too large, but fine placeholders. I suppose I could have made it just make them big. Maybe I want them to be just full, but again, it doesn't matter that much. I feel like I've made the lapels too small. Control, it doesn't know. There's one that makes it work, like, that expands it symmetrically, and I cannot for the life of me remember what it is. Is it Alt? Yeah, it's Alt, there we go. Let's cancel that, actually, and do Deform. That is not what I meant at all. Let's try that again. Shift, perhaps? No. Wait. Deform. No. Shift doesn't seem to do much of... Oh, it keeps it straight. Yes, that makes sense. Control. Control does not appear to do anything. Just try like that. Perfect. Success. Unreal that you're Metadon's cousins plural. You are multiple of his cousins? Personally, that's very impressive. I didn't know that you were able to be so many different people. So which of his cousins are you? Are you the mad dummy? Are you Amsterdam? Also, I do find it funny how many of the ghosts turn out to be trans. Okay, that's a decent look. Honestly, I'm a little tempted to steal this waistcoat and then match it with tailcoat. That'd be nice. Omniscient, omnipresent, and omnisexual. The Bible of the fun. Incredible. You are all. You just have to find. You just have to be omni-gender next. And that's so funny, because, you know, my approach to gender and orientation is all just no, and yours can just be yes. Okay, what's the next bit, I suppose? I'm going to try... Well, I mean, because you don't have... I mean, do you, maybe? Probably wouldn't have French cuffs with a morning suit, I don't think. This man has a top hat, but I'm still not going to have a top hat as my main hat, I think. I like the boater. Oh, right, I do need a shirt. Otherwise I look more than a little bit strange. Let's see if we can do a little bit better of a shirt this time. Oh, hold up a second. I forgot that I can just turn on, make the whole thing symmetrical. Oh, hello there, Ada. How are you doing? It is lovely to see you. There we go. This particular reference has a very wide collar, I notice. I guess we'll try it. I know I went for a much less wide collar, my previous one. No, I immediately don't like it. It looks far too much like a lot of the feminine fashions that and to be clear, I don't mind feminine fashions. You're divalicious, I love it. Always good. I don't know, maybe it's this side that I've messed up on. Maybe that's what that is. Oh no. Oh no, I've made a mistake. Oh no. Oh no, this is on the wrong layer. I meant to make a new layer for this. It's fine, I can probably extract it. There we go. Shirt. No, get full screen, please. I know it is. I have seen many of your feminine designs. I think what I need is actually to make this wider and then give it a sharper, like that. Something like that. I realise you actually can't see the edges of his collar. No, it does need to be a little pointed. Now, we'll try it. I'm not hugely fond of it. It's also a little bit more cutaway than I generally prefer. Oh, whatever. Right. Keep forgetting that I have actually turned on that one. Oh, yes, by the way, for a little context, we are trying a morning suit. Since our last one was tailcoat, we're going to do a morning suit, and then I think we might try doing a tuxedo. Hopefully I can work at a more reasonable speed. It's not actually quite what ties look like, but that's fine. We can, so long as it's the general shape of a tie. Now the real question, what era of tie do I want? Because they change wildly in width, depending on when they're from. You have some decades that did the ties very thin. You have some decades that made them incredibly wide. In fact, there's some that were wider than this because it's actually less of a tie, and they didn't make quite the shape, but less of a tie and more of a strange cravat. I'm stuck on an attack that I beat earlier. I hate that. It's like, no, I'm regressing. I thought I was good at this. We're going to go for a bit of a medium size tie. I feel like they got thinner as I was going along, so let's not have that. Yeah, good enough. No, wait. T metric ruler for there. I think I also want to make this. Actually, excluding that. Can I make this work with the default? No. Just get that, and then connect. Right. Without the symmetry, put this in there. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure out the specifics of the tie later. Aha. If drawing were a video game, what would one of the loading screen tips be? Well, if stop turning back into windowed. I think it would be a tip that is also good for many video games, like regular ones, which would be save often. Save often. You'll be so sad if you don't. Alright. I do think I made this box a little too large. It looks like I'm going to lead a marching band. I think if I were to try to imitate, actually no, I think that for this one, the color palette move that I would make is, let's move to jacket color. Merged image, there we go, that, but a bit darker. Go. Oh heavens, okay, alrighty then. Oh, I see, that's why. Because I never actually connected it, because I technically didn't actually make the sleeve. That's fine, we'll just connect it like that and worry about the rest of it later. Fuck it. No. Why? Why does bucket not work? Is it there? It's there, isn't it? But yes, what have you been up to, Eden? There we go. Can make this just a smidgen more reasonable looking. Oh, right, I forgot about that. No, that's fine. That's good. That's useful in a way. Aha. No, I would need that to not be symmetrical. Okay, that's plenty enough for now. Maybe just a little bit there. No, apparently not. Do I want, I suppose, for one like this, the lapel should actually be the same colour. Been a while since I've done something like that. A little bit simpler as far as the colours. However, with something like this, it is then particularly important to have some extra decoration. And I realise here I haven't really left room for a pocket square. Mostly because to make the lapels big enough, my chest is essentially completely obscured. But technically we could have to a reasonable size, please. Black, not white. We could have a pocket square here. Is it 3? Yeah. Non-symmetrical. Do you not have pocket squares on both sides? With just a little bit of pocket square sticking out. Probably. I mean, we could even do something green for that. I tried to keep it to a fairly small amount of green. So that the green that you can see really pops. But essentially, there's a little bit of extra colour like this. More or less. You and Tersa were playing with fishing magnets. What are fishing magnets? I suppose. With something like this, you might have either brighter, well, I guess not like brighter than this, but you might have darker lines for the lining of it. Alternatively, I could do it in yellow. I'll leave it as the dark green for now. Really strong magnets the size of it. Oh, be careful, you can hurt yourself with strong magnets. See, I like morning suits, but they are just a bit flat. We'll finish the colour first. Waistcoat. Waistcoat colour. I realise maybe I should have called it just vest because that fits better, but I think brown. Why is it doing that? Let me scroll up, please. Why? And wish to look up. Thank you. I think we're going to go with brown. Go. I'm a strong magnet, as I am heavy to a degree and clingy. There's such a different approach to the concept of being magnetic. I love it. Butt magnets. I do understand butt magnets. Magnets are very fun. But consider. Also, they can be dangerous. Please be safe. Thank you. That. Go. I do feel like these buttons are a little bit too big, and I think I'm going to feel like that even more strongly once I add the gold. Planning on redesigning the gacha design. Oh, I'm so curious to see what the new one will be. So off topic, I'm pretty sure a girl was flirting with me the other day. I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, assuming that it was polite flirting and from someone of an appropriate age to be flirting with you, feel flattered. That's been what I've tried to do the few times I've been flirted with by people who were being reasonable about it. And who I noticed were flirting with me. I usually don't notice when it's happening. One at a time. I feel like you need none at a time, though, in the end, since, you know, you both don't swing that way and also have, you know, a partner. Quite a long-term partner as well. And from everything I've gathered from you, it does sound like you are monogamous. Yeah. I feel flattened. Flattened, kind of like a pancake. Can't handle kindness, so I just go under the pressure. You remind me of Nesta Book sometimes with the way you talk, Sarilla. Yeah, stop lagging. Come on. Maybe it's time to look into getting a new drawing tablet with how much lag I get on this one. There we go. Just this month. Oh my goodness, starting off the year strong. Just going to have a separate one for the buttons, I think. There we go. Gold. Just to make it more obvious that they're gold. Dark one. There we go. Oops. One. Things get a bit funky when I'm tired and focusing on something else. Don't know what I'm saying half enough, but I'm conscious enough to know I'm not saying anything bad. I mean, you know, that's an important thing to note. An important thing to be sure of. If you think you're related to any sort of animal, what would it be? Insert aggressive writing. Oh dear. I mean, my instincts go to cat just because I love cats. But I could see being compared to a bird as well, if only because I do have a few bird ticks. Which for context, by ticks I mean like Tourette's ticks. I make bird sounds sometimes. You don't hear them on stream, but that is a thing that I do. I blame Stella's from Hell of a Boss for the record. I think he's the reason that I make owl sounds sometimes. Because I didn't do it before watching that show. That's my best attempts at the boss. I am getting better. Hey, as long as you're starting to make progress. Go. That brush won't that big. There we go. Oh, yes, you also understand. I'm glad you did. Yeah. It took me a bizarre amount of time to realise it was a thing I did. That's opinions. What do you think Olivia's a nice name? I do, yes. I quite like Olivia as a name. Oh, no, not the toes. Toes, there's so much pain whenever you hit a toe. It feels like an unreasonable amount. It can be a very minor thing, and yet it hurts so much. Why are toes so sensitive? Oh, oops, and I'll be back in a moment. See you in about 3 minutes. And I'm back. Surprisingly, Derek's not home yet. I went and checked on the ad break. He's usually home. Usually he's home before I start streaming, actually. But I think it's because he's going to be trying to take some more time off this weekend than usual, because we're in the very busy times for his work. We're going to go watch Iron Lung, and he needs to, have time off to actually do that. Yeah, so he's not back home yet. But speaking, Morning Night is hard. It sounds like it. How many tries do you think you've put in so far? But yeah, speaking of Derek, the other day I was talking to him, and sometimes the ADHD is particularly prominent. I forgot why I was telling him something in the middle of my sentence. Like, it was a one-sentence, granted a rather long sentence, but a one-sentence explanation. According to the sticky note, this is my 15th attempt since the stream, and you'd done like 50 before the stream? But I was telling him that Alexander had thrown out some of our cookware because he bought new replacement ones because our old cookware had, you know, those non-stick coatings, and it was starting to peel. Which, you know, if you have coatings and they're peeling, that means you're eating the coating. That's where the coating's ending up. So Alexander was like, I don't want to be eating cookware. Let's get some new cookware that doesn't have a coating, so it won't do that. And so I was telling Derek this. And as I was telling him it, I was partway through explaining when I was like, why am I telling him this? Derek doesn't care what we do with our cookware. He doesn't cook. What? Why does he need to know this? Why am I giving him this information? I had a reason. And speaking of Derek, he's now trying to call me. Now, Derek, I am streaming. Was the coating young? No, coatings. He's calling me a second time. Okay, I've told him that you say hi. I can't believe he called me again after I hung up on the first one. He just messaged back, oops. But yes, what else was I talking about? Oh yeah, so in the middle of my sentence being like, hey, this happened, Derek or Alexander threw those away, I've forgotten why I'm telling you this, and I remember why I'm telling you it. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm telling you this because the garbage is going to be heavy, so if you end up being the one to take that out, like, it's got metal pans in it, it will be very heavy. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'll tell him. I'm going to tell him that he made Cerula die. And that Ada says that she's offended. Because I'm sure that was the sound that distracted Cerula. I'm going to send an emoticon just so that he knows that I'm being silly. Which, by the way, if you ever notice that I use a fair number of emoticons, which I suppose is completely normal for people of your age, but a lot of the older people I talk to, it's an unusual amount. The reason I do that is because I'm worried that it's going to be interpreted as being, aggressive or upset, and so I add in emoticons. They're like, no, I'm just being silly. Okay, I didn't send that one. I sent the XD. It's he really likes that song too. No, but I don't think I can change the ringtone for that one, because for some reason his phone insists on defaulting to the Google Meets app, and I don't know how to customize my ringtone for that. I don't know, I don't understand what's happening with his phone. And he doesn't either, which is the real problem. He keeps getting frustrated because it keeps using Google Meets, and then Google Meets doesn't want him to move while he's calling me. Like, if he starts moving while we're on a video call, it'll be like, hey, we're going to turn the video off now because you're moving. Which I don't... Alright, maybe it's supposed to be a safety thing. I don't know. It's ridiculous. If you were a fantasy creature, which one would you be? I feel like Eden has asked this question. See, I'd like to say that I'd be a dragon or a phoenix because I love them so much. Basically. But the thing is, reasonably, I would probably be something significantly, more bookish. Should I try making striped pants? I feel like striped pants would be difficult. I also feel like I've somehow made the legs not quite right, but whatever. Oh yeah, I should probably have some colour for the shirt. That would be an important thing to decide. Rather relevant part of the design. I suppose I can leave it white. But I could also do the kind of pale purplish colour of my carrot one. Yeah, see, dragons and phoenixes are my two favourite, magical creatures. I just feel like maybe they're a little ambitious for me. Something definitely looks wrong with the face shape, but I'm going to stop focusing on that. Perfect. A flying rat! Fascinating. I thought you would be, what was it called again? A cabbit. Which sounds a lot like a cabbage, but never mind that. Oh, wait a second. I don't need to worry about that. Just, oh, wait. Nah, it's fine. That's the greatest thing about being the lowest layer. You don't have to worry so much about whether or not you go past the lines if it's next to another colour. Suppose I could turn on the symmetric ruler for now. Whatever. Okay. Perfect. So there's a start. Well, I suppose one convenience is having a tie means I don't have to draw the buttons. Which took way too much time from me last time. Oh yeah, I should probably add the button to this one. Morning suit, does that have 2 buttons? It has 2 buttons, I believe. Yeah, I think there's another button that's covered by his hand. Suppose I should have a tie pin. Yeah, a tie pin seems like a good idea. Okay, with that at least started, we're then going to tie colour. What colour should I make the tie? I guess we could go with the gold, but I don't think I want the gold if I'm going to make a tie pin. Because the pin I will inevitably make gold. Do I want a tie pin? Oh, I know what I should have. I should have those metal caps that they put on collars. Those look neat. Could probably incorporate this thing into it. Clock hand. That not. Well, that is. Let's copy that. This is not what I should be. This is not what I should be using my time on right now, because this is detail work, but it's fun, so that's what I'm going to be doing. That's way too big. Smash it a bit. Because they've got, I don't know if any of you, are they called collar caps? What are they called? Metal collar caps? Yes! The internet did know what I meant, but apparently they're called collar tips. Oh. There are a lot of very neat designs. I suppose instead of tips, I could also do the pins that have the chain hanging between. We'll try each. Take that just a bit. Never mind, I'll take it back. Okay. So, just need to take that and much smaller blades. I will keep it kind of lace-like. Good enough. Oh. Don't worry about that. Da-da-da. Internal pain? Oh, did you die again? No. Okay, so there's one option, which I should probably make a little bit brighter. Yeah, kind of go brighter. It's a decent start. So we have either that, or I suppose we could make them clock more. Well, I guess that technically was clock themed, but you can't really tell. Wait, do I have? Yes, I do have that on. Perfect. This is a bit further up than they usually are, but I'm also making them rather large. I don't know. We're going to just have the basic design on it. There we go. Looks like a clock. Basic concept of a clock. Yeah, you get the idea. And then you would have the way they typically work as a chain. Oh, I suppose it should kind of be every other one because of the way the chains work. Something like that. So those are kind of the basic options. I think I'm going to make another one in group. Da-da-da. The death count is 21, and that reminds me, I've told 21 person a few things about my gender dysphoria. Oh! Very nice. How did that go? I died at a fun part. Oh no. I mean, like, that's great, though. Oh no for the death, but it's great that it was at a further part. Because that means, more success. Oh, right, that's, symmetrical. Let's turn off the symmetry for just a moment. I'm going to make use of flat bristle and canvas texture. It's a bit of random sparkle. Okay. Then get rid of all of that. I'm curious, so if we have flat bristle and we increase the hair, oh, so less hair is actually more sparse. Good to know. Now, back to simple circle. What of this being to just fill it in? Wait. Symmetrical again. Okay, two major options we have. Let me combine these. The collar pins and the collar tips. I think I like the pins better, but I'm definitely going to need to change that collar. Went pretty well. I told him that I prefer she her pronouns in a new name in private conversations due to social life. Yeah, absolutely understandable. I think that the vast majority of people first asked to be referred to by a new name purely in private conversations. As I think most people do wait to let that happen outside in the world where people can see it. Okay, there's that. I do need to figure out a tie colour. Don't really want it. I think I want to make the shirt colour more pale. Filter, colour adjustments. Another way. Yeah, I think that is good. Alright, I have so many options of colours for this tie. If we're doing the pins, we're definitely not going to be doing, if we're doing the collar pins, I'm not doing a tie pin. So we'll go with green. Tie colour, there we are. What do you consider your best self? That's an interesting one. I always do wonder when people talk about, you know... Oh, right, I've got that this middle line is one that I can just draw over. But yeah, people use that phrase a lot of, you know, being your best self and whatnot. And it's always been an interesting phrase to me. I haven't yet fully figured out how I relate to the concept. Check color. Type it. Oh! Right, I do need to put that above. Perhaps, I don't know, just move it. I should label this. Tie pins! No, not tie pins. Collar pins. There we go. That looks... Oh, let's go back to the tie colour layer. Oh yeah, I suppose that is how that works. Okay, yeah. I'm locked in and playing Deltarune. I mean, I guess that's fair though. Like, when I'm focused and working really hard at something, that is, I think, a fair answer. I think that I am at my best self when I'm focusing on helping other people. Being around other people, I think in general I am a better version of myself just because it helps me to focus. But I think in particular when I'm trying to help someone, I think that focuses the best parts of myself. I'm not sold on this green tie. Not even a little bit. We're going to try some other greens. Bright does not help. Oh heavens. I guess we could try like an mint green, but I don't like that either. We could try a deeper green. I think I do like that better than what we have currently. Deeper, maybe a little less saturated. That's alright. I would kind of... Maybe let's try that. This is the arsenic green. Yeah, don't mind that. I'm sure it was very healthy. I feel like still darker would be good. It's kind of a hunter green almost, I think. Explodes! Oh no! Shall I... Is that another death, or was that... Is that the explosion of victory? Yeah, not sold on green for this tie, I'll be honest. Let's take a look. Where's my... brocade? Now it'll need some deforming to not look ridiculous, but, so I should move it down a little bit, so it covers the entire tie. I don't think this is the colour that I want this to be, but, this might work better. I need to adjust the hue. Let's try. Oh, there we go. 2 greens. I mean, it does still look better. Another death. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. Luminosity. Yeah, perfect. There now it looks kind of ridiculous. Small saturation, because we're looking for the yellow. And look, brown, right, because brown is just dark yellow and orange. I'm not feeling that strong contrast. Maybe if I have it as a fairly light yellow, and then switch to a lighter green. Yeah, maybe that. Maybe, oh no, let's try a little, like that. No, I think this one worked a little better. Maybe just a slightly lighter version of that one. Maybe not quite that much. We'll go back. So those are options for the tie. Ooh, love that, I can't wait to see it. Why is Twitch saying that my stream is offline? It both says that I've been online for an hour and a half and also that I am out offline. I don't think you can have both, Twitch. I think it's one or the other. I see. No waiting for me. Off to ad time we go. See you all in about 3 minutes. And we're back. Now that I've let it sit a little bit, I think I'm more okay with how the tie looks. quite right, but it's a start, whatever. Now I need to do the pants. I think I can steal the line work from my previous pants. I'm not really doing anything substantially different. Did I actually grab line work for the pants? Oh, I don't think I did. Oh, Lemon! Hello there! There's one way. Just put it underneath. Right, I just didn't really end up doing line work with the pants for the last time. You have depression nachos. Ah, are they tasted? I love how it turns out that being first has nothing to do with actually being first and everything to do with remembering. Which makes sense given who I am and thus the audience that I tend to attract. Yes, very much so. It's it's very cute. It's the most orange I've been. Which makes sense given the whole, you know, Phoenix thing. Oh, there should be a lapel pin. We'll grab some of that gold. I realise this is completely waylaying myself from the pants that I was about to do, but that's fine. Oh, people. They are sustenance. Sustenance is good. Sustenance is important. That is adorable. Let's make that back into being a small thing. Not symmetrical, please. Going to do that, but then I'm going to erase a bunch of it, because this is sticking into the lapel. Ooh, potato! I made potato pancakes the other day. They turned out fairly well, except that I forgot to add the salt. So they were a little bland. But otherwise, they were tasty. Depression nachos entails microwaving shredded cheese on some tortilla chips, throwing some random sauces and seasonings in, and just eating it. Ah, I see. I have never made these. Maybe I should make some for Derek there. He doesn't like nachos. Probably less fond of depression, but still. I should probably do a little bit of this. Shine. Fine, doing it manually. There we go. Do not recommend it unless you just do not want to make anything else. Ah, I see. Now, my meal for if I don't want to do anything is actually... It's just a tortilla with peanut butter in it. There we go. Fairly simple lapel pin, but it'll work. I guess 8 side is the typical faceting. You will definitely not be able to see that. That's a little bit more of an angle than I intended, but yeah, well. Now, airbrush, smaller, smaller. And much darker. Yeah, it gives the basic idea of being faceted. And very small. There, that's good enough. Da-da-da. Sorry, your sucks so bad. Wait, your skill sucks so bad that a teacher of a lot of years quit? Hey. What, do you know what made them quit? Like, was there a particular thing, or just unpleasant place to work? Oh, yeah, another thing, speaking of potatoes, I now have a bunch of those Yukon Gold potatoes, so I can now make myself, I was going to say baked potatoes, but reasonably, I will be putting them in the microwave. Oh, students. I guess the blame gets to be passed around. That's fine. Okay, pants. We're going to do the pants now. I will do some line work for these. 3 was where I started. Let's try to make this decent line work. As I zoom out to put in even less work into the line work. It's fine. Oh, I should have been doing this with the symmetrical. Dang it. Oh well. It's mildly tapered. That'll work. Yeah. That'll work. Pants! That's a pure rage bait. Oh, so they're just being purposefully, frustrating then. Current iteration is garlic powder, onion powder, black pepper, pepper jack, Alfredo sauce. Oh, mushes with Alfredo sauce. Spicy Szechuan pepper sauce and picante sauce because we don't have any salsa right now. Oops. Is that alright? It's fine. Something to that effect, and pants color. The heating system in my apartment is so old that I can smell when it turns on. It apparently got cold enough that the heater needed to turn back on because it smells so strongly of dust in old electronics. Death count of 30, oh heavens. Oh, Alonso, hello there, welcome back. Would you rather have a 3-day weekend each week but no additional days off, 2-day weekends, and 10 weeks off a year? What the math pans out to with those? But I would take the second one because I need the flexibility of being able to take days off sometimes. I assume that doesn't include sick days, but regardless. Twice a week getting insane. It's currently 10 degrees. That is too few degrees. I don't care what kind of temperature system you use, except maybe Kelvin. I don't know how Kelvin works. But that's not enough degrees. Right, color, pants color. What do we want to do for the pants? I think we'll take a cue from our reference and make the pants striped with the same color as the coat, and then something lighter. Merged image. Oh, I see. Let's turn on symmetric ruler so we can fix the problem on both sides. That's that. I think that's the only... Nope. Now that's what I get for not putting in all that much effort into my line work. Probably fine now. No, still not. Well, let's see. Is this... No. Where does it leak through? 10 weeks off is 70 days. 3 days a week off is 156. That's it. Sounds it. Well, so, but it would only be... Because you get 2 days off with the option number 2, so it would be just an extra 1 day. So it would be 52 extra days off. Yeah, okay, now where's the fault in my thing? I don't know, but this seems to have fixed the problem. Yeah, works well enough for me. Let's make that a bit larger. Oh yeah, so... Now, do that. Suppose I can get as close as I need to the ones that are above it in the layer order. If your partner is taller than you, I promise you take the hoodie. It will be the warmest thing you ever wear. I do now own one of Derek's old coats. I will say it is very warm. Not as warm as the Snuggie that he stole from me, but still. Can't believe he stole my Snuggie. It's so soft. I think he was just happy because, despite the fact that he's a much bigger person than me, he's more than half a foot taller, it did fit him quite well. Which I suppose makes it pretty much the only garment he could steal from me. I mean, I guess nothing's stopping him from stealing items he couldn't wear, but that would be even more ridiculous. There we go. Okay, our base is established. We can now try to make stripes. This is going to be an experience. The toilet partners are not close and not safe. Yeah, apparently. See, here's the thing I have to say. Derek stole my hoodie, my snugger. He gave me the jacket. I acquired that in a completely normal way without feedme. He also uses one of my hoodies as a pillow, which is weird because we own pillows. We have them. He could use a pillow. But he chooses not to. Alright. So, I need stripes. I don't know what colour we're going to make these stripes. That was the wrong kind of layer. Let's make that. I guess we'll make them just a paler purple. Start with that. Line. If I do shift, will it make them be... Why can't I say anything? Huh. I guess that would actually be a decent way of making the stripes actually look good, because we can... actually do that with them. I don't want to, smooth that out a little bit, perhaps. Wait, would they work? What if I did the curve tool? Which for some reason is looking very different. What is that? 3. Okay. So if I did the curve tool. Yeah, no, the curve tool's working great for this. Yeah, forget the line tool. We can make reasonable looking stripes with the curve tool. Excellent. I think actually, wait, no, because if I do the copy paste, it's not going to do it symmetrical. Well, that's like that. Yeah, decent. Okay, so that, guys, we'll do that there. Wait. So, oh wait, you're getting over half the artwork? That's pretty good. That's quite over half there. I feel like that's a little... Is that a little less than half there? Yeah. But still pretty good amount of vacation days. I mean, having a weekend isn't vacation days, but still. Yeah, I think that would... I think I'd be happy with either of them. Well, I guess it depends on the wages I'm getting, but... I need to adjust these. Edit, select. I should also probably make this a clipping group. We'll make it a clipping group afterwards. Also, I've just realised this particular line is too close to the one next to it. Excellent. How can something so agonizing be so fun? I don't understand it. Yeah, I've often wondered that when I watch people playing Dark Souls games. Derek loves those. I do not understand it. He's just constantly dying over and over and over again. I don't think I actually want these to be pinstripes, now that I'm looking at it. I will probably change that a bit, but we'll start with the pinstripes, just to establish the shape. There we go. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. I should make these a bit more narrow here. Can't see that one, but that is fine. There, good. Those lines do look more straight down, so that it doesn't look like it's kind of twisting towards the ankle. Let's start. There we go. Everyone throw tomatoes while I take a sip of Pepsi. So, I have such mixed feelings about Pepsi right now, because on the one hand, I don't think it tastes very good, but on the other hand, they are dunking on Coca-Cola for Coca-Cola's AI ads by producing their own non-AI ads that are poaching the polar bear mascot. And it's a funny and clever ad, especially if you're someone like me who strongly dislikes AI. I'm torn, because on the one hand, but on the other hand, that's great. Like, I'm enjoying what the company's doing. But I just don't really like the flavour. Have you been put in time out for drinking a Pepsi? That's hilarious. Okay, that a bit. Go. I'm not a huge fan of this particular style of doing the stripes, but it's also genuinely how stripes are often done on pants, so I feel like I should probably be using it. Right about there. Whatever. Good enough. Good enough for now. Group. Stay in time out, he says, all because I agreed that I was a freak when he had. Oh, so it's not for the Pepsi. Let's So I think what I'm going to do, layer, hopper, and actually, we're going to take all of these, and we're going to, pressure, weight. Colour. Yeah, something like that. Wait, we're going to increase the size again. Ooh, that was a little off. Yeah, colour. It's a little more similar to that, but it is not looking great. Let's try making it less fuzzy. Does that help? I think it helps a little. Yeah, I think that's a little better. Then colour. This is more accurate to what there was, and I don't actually like pinstripes much, but yet I do not like this better. I'd execute order 66 for pips. Oh my goodness, lemon. You'd kill Kid Festo. I don't even like Pepsi, we're just out of drinks. Well, society couldn't accept it, Toaster. You won't let me go get ice. I see you moving. Stay in timeout. He's screaming NCC. It's those older sibling instincts. Oh no. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't. Will that fix it? Wait, watching. I don't think that made it any better. But he's such a good person. Wait, no, redo that. And let's try going to this one. We're going to make the small ones back to a darker colour. I think I like that better. That helps a little. Looks pretty much like clan paints. Yeah, see, I get the style, but I'm still not a huge fan of it. Well, we have that for now. What do you have against Plug? Lemon, what did he do to you? I turned and he proceeded to walk over, turn me, push my chair, and even more politely say, stay in the corner. Oh. Siblings, what joy. See, I had the convenience that my oldest sibling generally wasn't around enough to really function as an older sibling for a lot of my life, and then the sibling who was just a little bit older than me wasn't old enough to function as an older sibling at all. So despite the fact that I am the third out of 4 children, functionally, I didn't get much of the younger sibling experience, and I mostly provided it to my littlest sibling, because they're a whole entire decade younger than I am. Except on a D&D die. Oh no! That's not your fault. Did you curse him? What do you mean he just gets to do a Jedi version of Force Lightning? No one else ever does it. You never get to see him at all. That that's why he's cool. That means we need more screen time for him, not murder. I mean, he gets murdered anyway, but you know. Still sold on the striped pants, I've got to say. Mario Mayano? I don't know if that's the name. It's probably the name of the label, not of the model, but nonetheless, we're going to refer to him as Mario. Yeah. Well, there's an attempt at a morning suit. I think I'm going to move on from the morning suit. Technically, I could keep working at it. Yeah, there might be more details, but I think in the end, I'm just not terribly fond of the silhouette. So, we're going to move on. I do think that I think I've done a better job with the colours for this one. It looks a little less garish. So, you know, more of those colours, but maybe more of this design. I don't know, we're going to try a tuxedo next. Brown is horrible. Oh, don't like the brown. Whereas I'm more happy with this set of colours. Maybe not quite the right shade of brown, I will give you that. I feel like these slightly more neutral colours end up looking a little better in the end. There's the waistcoat. Waistcoat colour. Filter. I think it's too saturated. Saturate a little darker. Yeah, I think that where it was just a little too bright. There we go. I think that works well. That also makes the gold buttons pop a bit more. Oh, I just realised that we've somehow ended up with purple underneath. It's try to fix that. There we go. That'll just be brown underneath. Should probably add some yellow, but we'll worry about that later. What's going on over there? Okay, that's Oh, is this stuff from the other design? Do I have both designs visible right now? Yeah, that's it. That's why it was looking like that. Okay. Time for another design. A tuxedo. Which means, like, turn the opacity of that off. Let's see. Force lightning is the only mainstream force power that is exclusive to the dark side. What's the point of turning to the dark side if you can just do anything they can without doing that? So, like, I kind of get your point, but on the other hand, I feel like also that's a little bit of, like, a good point there, because it's like, hey, like, don't do that, though. Don't turn to the dark side. It's bad, though. I also like, because I think a part of why Jedi and Sith have such different power sets is, I mean, they're not that different, but you do see different, you know, the things like the lightning being seen as very much the dark side. There's some other, like, not specific powers, but the way they use some of their powers are different. And I think a part of that is that the Jedi are incredibly ideologically rigid. So the idea that, hey, if you look into the idea of, like, maybe we don't need to be that ideologically rigid, you could find ways that you can make use of concepts and powers that the dark side has, because maybe those distinctions are a little more artificial than the Jedi Order would quite prefer. If you were stuck in a room for a year, which TV show would you want to have? Ooh. Try dark cocoa brown and a matcha colour for green is my day. Oh, I do like matcha. Let's take a look at not the template. Palette. So if we grab the palette, and so to your mind, oh, pencil, that's why. What qualifies as the dark cocoa brown? Like, is that dark cocoa? It's a matcha green. Matcha greens. But I can just steal it from the internet. Apparently, this is matcha green. Ew, I didn't like that. It's quite similar to the arsenic green anyway. Ideologically rigid, but not rigid enough to avoid becoming pawns of a corrupt pseudo-democracy. I mean, yeah. Especially given that I don't think that ideological rigidity generally offers one a whole lot of protection from that, because any rules that don't have much flexibility are ones that someone will figure out how to exploit. Now for the purple, I really enjoy the contrasting of the dark purple outfit and the OG purple hair colour, or pastel purple to make the hair pop out. By OG, do you mean like the one I've put here, or just my actual current model one? I'll actually do the hairpad at some point. But for now, I shall try to focus on the outfits. Am I revisiting the colours of this one again? Maybe I am. Death count 38. Oh heavens. So many deaths. Current model. Yeah, one thing that I do need to add back into the hair from the current model is the variety in hue, because I literally only have one flat colour on this thing, but my model actually gets a little bit reddish towards the tips. I don't know if red is specifically the hue shift that I'm going to keep, but the fact that there's more than one hue I think is a good move, a good design choice. We're going to move on. We're going to find a decent tuxedo reference. Decent tuxedo reference. Also, could someone make up their mind as to whether or not the tuxedo has a waistcoat with it? What do you think? Do we try a... Oh, yeah, I suppose I could try a cummerbund. So we have 3 options for the tuxedo. We have... Let me find my reference one. We have... With waistcoat. We have... Without waistcoat, and we have with cummerbund, which for some reason you're not allowed to see his face. Always be pro waistcoat, every outfit, no matter what. Fair enough, preferences are preferences. I've never been, like, I kind of understand the idea of a cummerbund, but I've never been hugely into them, in part because I think that they only look good if you're thin enough for one. It wears a vest, waistcoat, doesn't matter what your weight is, it'll look good. But cummerbund, you have to have a very particular body shape. And I do not have narrow enough hips to pull one off IRL. I mean, this model is... The more I look at it, the more ridiculously thin it is. But regardless, IRL, I certainly couldn't wear one of those without looking rather silly. You go with first one. Okay. The votes have spoken. Waistcoat. I need you to be slightly lower, Baxter, so I can see what I'm doing. Thank you. Or I suppose I could just make it smaller. Yeah, I suppose that I could actually have a flower. That would be an option. I could have a green carnation. Fits in with the colours, and it's gay. My favourite things. I suppose that's fair, Lemon. I feel like a lot of suits do work well for a variety of body types, though. Like full men's suits. First one, dark purple colour for the coat, black for the pants, white shirt, yellow bow tie. Oh. Whatever you do, the head accessory to match that. You can add flowers as extra details or stripes. I think I will try the flower for this one. I'm going to try two different, colour sets for this. Because technically for a tuxedo, all three pieces, or two if you're going without, the jacket, cummerbund or waistcoat, and the pants are all supposed to be the same colour. I'm going to make a version that looks like that. I don't think I'm going to stick with it, because I feel like it looks a bit flat. We'll go with your suggestion for the not flat version. Time for... I'm going to actually grab... That's it, because this is the template. I'm going to actually take that and copy it into... where's my design number 3? I suppose this might have been easier if I'd made the original template invisible, but, that's actually, I will leave that one. That one's useful. Just clean that up a little bit. To the knees part. Okay. So where does that appear over there? It doesn't matter. Alright. We're going to use this for, I'm kind of thinking of doing line work all in one layer for this one. So. And I guess we're doing an open suit since we do want to show off that waistcoat. Is this the same kind of waistcoat that I did for the first design? I mean, sort of, but this one's a lot lower. I'm actually going to start with the waistcoat this time because I have a tendency to not leave enough room for the waistcoat to be visible. So we're going to do the waistcoat so that... Maybe I should start with the collar. Okay, yeah, we're starting from the inner wear towards the outer wear. Right now, guys, I'm actually on the topic of the stream! Yes, a special occasion. Which reminds me, I should also, speaking of writing things down, let me actually write down the words that you said so that I remember them. Do my nails later. Colour shiny or not? Well, here's the question. What colour are your main, like, coats for winter? Because oftentimes your clothing's going to be covered up by coats, so choose something that can match with them. What's this thing there? Okay, well, let's see. Dark colour for coat. Dark purple. Oh, that is so much thicker than I meant for it to be. Yeah, that feels too thin. Purple. Oh wow, my handwriting's terrible. I should have turned off the symmetry for this one. 1 second. Let's not colour my line work with notes. Okay. Purple coat. Black pants. And black are my go-to in winter. Red nails go with anything, black anything goes with anything. True. Black does go with absolutely everything. Depending on what accessories you have, I do think that red could go very well with both the blue. I mean, it'll go well with the black regardless. Depending on the shade of blue and what accessories you have, it could go very well with the blue. You could also go with blue, especially if you have like a navy blue. So then it's dark, but still a little more color than the black, and then it's blue like the blue, but it's also dark. Also, I don't know if you have a navy blue or just like a more standard blue, like the blue in the back with the cat. Not beating sands with a knife. Currently wearing complete royal blue outfit. Oh, royal blue, lovely. So, what was the other thing? Ah, yes, white shirt. I have to be so careful with how I pronounce that word with my accent. It can very easily sound like a different word. Yellow bow tie. What are your thoughts on the colour for the waistcoat? My main winter coat is like a dark asparagus green. It's not very fashionable, but it's very durable. I do like dark greens, though. Though, to be fair, that might be partially Derek rubbing off on me. He loves dark greens. But also, durability is so important, especially for coats. You need those to last forever because they tend to be very expensive. Okay, now those notes. Blue for winter, red for summer. That sums up my outfits. In between is yellow. I mean, to be fair, yellow does work well for both autumn and spring. Okay, so starting with the collar, which here they have a fairly tall collar, but otherwise pretty regular. Oh. Let us turn the symmetry back on. Much closer to the center with this. suppose a bit more of an angle, though. Something like that? Yeah, more or less. Oh yes, that still has not happened, I'll be honest. I forgot during the holidays, and... Have I? I'm so forgetful. Mostly just wear black year round. Yeah, great default colour. I have, because so much of my wardrobe is from thrifting, I do have a variety of colours. They're very random. But most of the time I go for black, because it goes with everything, easy to clean. I try to avoid white. I do have one pair of white shoes, but that's because I wanted to be able to draw on them. And also the shoes that I had been wearing fell apart, and so I had to buy new shoes on short notice and did not have a lot of options. Probably important context for that to be understood. That makes sense. Yeah, no, the shape's fine. I mean, it's not quite right. It's something like that. Yeah. That's a bit small. Oh, oops, right. And, oh, it is almost time to go to ads. It's fine, stop messing with it. Time for the bow tie, I suppose. Oh, they have a better... I don't actually know entirely how to describe the shape of this bow tie, but... I guess very rectangular would be the description. And it's not even actually large enough. I need to make this bigger. But hey, at the very least, I am succeeding at going faster. And that's good. I need that. I need speed. Okay, that needs to go further up. Wonderful. Currently Gerald. Okay. I love that not only does he not get called my father, he also doesn't even get a consistent name. Just whatever you dislike most at the time. Okay, and shape of the bow tie. Theirs is very asymmetrical. I'm not going to be doing that. Whether that is... Well, I mean, tangents. Looks like we're getting some anyway, whatever. I've made bad choices. This should not all be on one layer. What on earth am I doing? Oh. Okay. About how far out is it? Yeah, no, it's probably pretty good. A little more of the clarification, try to, once again, avoid tangents. I can see it's not that big a deal if we have line meeting, almost meeting there, but if I have the point line up, well, great. Volume. I also think that I maybe need to... Wait. So if I deform this, it's not going to deform on the other side, is it? Yeah, it ain't. Deform. Just a little bit. There we go. Oh, I see what's different there. Okay, let's stutter this thing a little bit. I kind of only draw one type of, one style of bow tie, so maybe I should learn a little bit here. Should do purple metallic nails. Oh, that's that pretty. Okay, so we got that. Then that. Very compact there. And then there's a behind. Oh, that's one there. This one is 3 points. This one's 2 also, I realise. Okay. We shall make an attempt to imitate that. I'm going to save that one for in case this goes badly. Da-da-da. Mixie B. What is your favourite thing about yourself? Ooh. Ah, there's an interesting one. I think physically my favourite thing is probably either my green eyes or my freckles. I feel like the green eyes is a little bit easier to be a thing that I love about myself because it's not fading out of existence because I never go out into the sun. Yeah, I do like both of those. Unfortunately, it will take 1,500 layers because it's gel polish. You know, I never did get good at applying nail polish. Like, I can do it, but yeah, it doesn't look great. It's so hard. I don't think I do well with a gel polish. I don't have the patience for it. As far as non-physical things, I think my favourite thing would probably be my creativity. That's close enough for now. We're going to have to turn off the symmetry. We can get... That was a bit too extreme. Look at those shapes again. There we go. Oh, yep. About time for an ad break. Oops. Come on. There we go. Nice. Physically, my central heterochromia. Personality-wise, my charisma. Very nice. We're going to... like that. Oops. Perfect. I feel like I need to make this bigger, but otherwise I'm liking how it's looking. I might actually have made this part a little, too large this time. And what was it? Alt? Yes, that keeps it symmetrical. Need to make it a little smaller. Like that. There we go. And then... Perfect. Physically, my hair, it's very thick and nice. Ooh. Personality-wise, probably my music taste. I've cultivated that for years, and I generally think I have something for every mood under the sun. Now that's neat. Yeah, like, I know the music that I enjoy, but I wouldn't say that I have a lot of confidence of, like, ah, yes, this is good quality music that, well, I can make good recommendations. It's more just like, here's a random smattering of things that I certainly do listen to for, like, 1 week. Yeah. I think I need to make this one a little bit bigger yet again. Yeah, not half bad. Oh, yes, right, the, part in back. Oh, ads, right. I'm going to go on ads. I need an ad break. I will be back in about 3 minutes. I have returned. Alright. What was I doing? Ah, yes, this. Yes. I forgot that I turned off my drawing tablet when I went to go say hi to Derek. But I forgot that I turned the tablet off. So it wasn't doing anything. Because it wasn't on. Let's do something to make this one better. That'll work. After 1,500 years of curing, base coat done! Fantastic! Still feel like maybe the bow tie is not the correct proportions. If I do from there. What if I do all the shift? Will it keep it in? Oh, no. Incredible. Let's grab these. We'll just need to move them. Let's grab those a little bit better this time. There we go. There's no such thing as a correctly proportioned bow tie, unfortunately. They always look a little awkward. It's unfortunate. But honestly, even wearing bow ties IRL, I think that's true. They always look... like, they basically always look too small. They look almost comically too small most of the time. And it's just like, is that really... is this a child's bow tie? And it's like, no, that is not only an adult-sized bow tie, it's also... on a fairly small person. I'm not very big, and yet still. We're going to extend that, like, oops, like that. Oh yeah, when I went to say hello to Derek, I talked to him about Iron Lung, and I had forgotten that we're not seeing Iron Lung tomorrow, we're seeing it on Sunday. Which I realise that Sunday is tomorrow for a lot of you at this point. Have you seen clowns? Okay, fair, yeah, clowns. So there are your two options. A reasonable bow tie which looks too small, or a clown bow tie. It'll just be too big. One of those unfortunate laws of the universe. Okay. Well, that'll work. That's fine. Except, of course, for the fact that I need to move the entire thing further up. Which I realise now makes the whole tangent concern I had before rather moot. Whatever, let's refine this corner. And if you fiddle with the size for so long that you find the perfect in between, it's still not right. It's just too small and too big at the same time. Oh no, doubling up on problems. Oh, it is almost the end of the hour and thus the end of the day for me. So I would like to take a moment. Why is my drive usage so high? Yeah, my drive usage is 97%, Cerula. Let me focus on something important for a moment, though. I would like to acknowledge this strike that has been happening today, and give some well wishes to the people in Minnesota and all of the nightmare that's happening there and all across the country, and which apparently they're going to try to bring to Italy. Not sure how that's going down. Cheers to the strikers. And for good measure, let's abolish ice, shall we? Indeed. I do try to stay away from the heavier things going on in the world on my streams. I'd like it to be a peaceful place where we can, forget about some of the terrible things for a little bit. But also there is, I think, some obligation to acknowledge what happens. That's not good. I wish safety for you and your community. Sadly, it is present in my community as well, which, one would hope that more liberal places would be safer, but that's not always the case. You've been fighting the night for, I think, over 3 hours at this point. It may be time to call it for the night. Yeah, I agree then. And the last thing that I would want is for my preference for focusing on the positivity to end up being seen as an invitation for people to take that silence as complicity and to see this as a space where bigotry is welcomed. Generally, I rely on how incredibly gay I am to keep away people like that, but still. Yeah, I'm glad that I have a community who understands. Alright, I've spent enough time on this bow tie. Wait, what layer am I on? Okay, so this is bow tie. I clearly have completely given up on that idea of having a single unified sketch. Color. We'll just steal pieces of this base layer when we need it. Oh, I accidentally clicked enter instead of shift, and it exited out of renaming it. Okay, well, we'll just call this shirt, because I am going to need to do some buttons for this one, since I do not have a regular tie. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to have anything eloquent to say, Cerula. What matters is, as they say, having your heart in the right place. Okay, yes, I know what I'm doing. I've remembered I'm doing the waistcoat. We're going to call it a vest this time, just so that it has a shorter name, so when I write vest color, you can actually see at least the beginning of the word color, as opposed to waistcoat. And let us take a quick look at this. So it comes down pretty far. Probably something like that. So that will be down to around there. Because it is above. Well, it's above the waist, but I do have my waistline is a little bit higher than on this model. Something about the lighting makes him look 3D modeled. I don't know what it is, but the lighting just makes him look just a smidge plastic. Yeah, I agree with that. Yes, we're going to go for right there. Oh. Symmetry, please. There we go. Make grander. Okay. We'll start with that and refine as we go. Like that. The flatness that I need there is a little difficult to achieve. Please. Yeah, probably fine enough for what we're doing. But yeah, important clarification. No. I need, like, the perfect middle of these two lines. No. Okay, that's pretty good, I think. Done. I made the shape that I was going for, but then I realized that's not actually the shape that's there. It's actually less round. Take it. 45. I think that inhumane is a good description of what's going on. And I think that in the end, far too much is excused under the banner of legality. Legal doesn't mean right, legal doesn't mean something isn't cruel. And we should be far less concerned with what is legally allowed and far more concerned with what is right. Because anything can be legal or illegal. Legality is a human institution. In the end, that's not what matters. I had not heard that, but it doesn't surprise me. That man has been the worst PR team that the colour orange has ever had. I'll smooth out that transition, otherwise I think this is the line we'll go for. feel like I've somehow made this portion of my body a little too long. I will agree with that one as well. Take care, Lemon. Enjoy your time. Have a good night as well. Let's see. What was I in the middle of? Oh, yeah. Finding out where to put the hem of this. But yeah, no, that though, it is one of the reasons that I think that it is important that young people have access to things like social media, just media in general, and that they not be coddled. Like, I understand the instinct that a lot of people have to, you know, protect young people, but the thing is, you have the right to be informed and know what's going on. You are old enough to form your own opinions, and that means that you should have access to the information that you would use to form those opinions. So as much as I understand why people worry about young people in social media, because, heavens, there are a lot of awful things that can happen there, and you've experienced plenty of that yourself. But also, you have the right to be informed. I need a different angle there. That'll work. The curve of that will be hidden anyway, so we don't need to worry about that too much. In case that may is corrupting and scaring them. Now what is happening is corrupting us on the internet, the world itself. So, and I think also issues, because social media, yeah, it's scary. I'll certainly agree with that, but that's because, like you said, what's happening is, the world is scary. And I understand the desire to shelter people from it, but also, there's, you know, there's limits there. I think it would be better for parents, I have the wrong angle here still, I think it would be better for parents to focus on teaching their children how to handle what exists in the world, as opposed to trying to... I'm going to get rid of this entire thing. As opposed to trying to shield their children from witnessing it entirely. I realise they didn't need to be quite so large. Let's make that small. I don't need to copy the exact angles of that one, but I do want to get something vaguely in line with it. That'll work. Now watch me change my mind 5 minutes from now. Or of being afraid that I might wake up and see one of my friends being detained because of an assumption. A thing that should not be able to happen, but... And wouldn't be the youngest. Alrighty, let's take the prompt to talk about something lighter from the random questions. Oh, this is a would you rather. Would you rather be able to do any magic occasionally, or have the powers of one superhero all the time? I'm going to go with occasionally. Occasionally magic, because, now to be clear, I wouldn't use the D&D wish spell, because it tends to backfire, very genie-esque in that way, but having things of the caliber of the wish spell would be fantastic, even if I can only sometimes do it. I don't English. So this is a double-breasted waistcoat, which I do like. Double-breasted jackets are nice, but they tend to look very winter wear, whereas you can get away with something lighter and more formal looking with a vest. Oh, that's why that angle matters. Oh. Yeah, something like that. Technically, this is wider than what he's got, but we're going to try it for a little bit. We're going to try it for a little bit. I think I'm going to like it. Just a little. There we go, that line's up. Just need to follow through with it. Close enough for the moment. Okay, so if I have something like that, 6 buttons, I agree, I think we have the space for 6 buttons. Should probably try to make them be at least close to the same size. Yeah, there we go. Oops, don't do that. Art indeed. But yeah, no, I agree. It is, especially when it comes to things that are genuinely morally important, well, because it comes down to either the opinion is not a big deal, so it shouldn't matter if you're open about it, because, you know, shouldn't make a difference, or it is a big deal, and it's kind of important to know where other people stand on the issue. Select raise. There we go. And bring these two down just a smidge. There we go. Yeah, I think I like that. Of course, we won't be able to see it quite like this, because one of these goes over the other. But yes, I like that. Oh, right. Well, there we are. I am very happy with the waistcoat. Oh, wait. Let's trim it off a moment. There's that. I'll probably fix the buttons later. Maybe I won't. We'll see. Oh, I turned the symmetry off for that. Okay. Waistcoat finished. And time for jacket. What did you say was the colour you recommended for the waistcoat? Or would that be the same colour as the jacket? Right. This one has a shawl lapel. I don't think I'm going to do that. Also, yeah, no, we'll go with Pete. I like Pete's better. Where's my design? There we go. Same as the jacket, more yellow. Okay. Oh yeah, matching to the bow tie is an interesting idea. Not symmetrical. Match. Vest. Vest. Jacket. So my status on TikTok is my absolute favourite quote. Only when the last tree has been cut down, the last fish has been caught, the last stream poisoned, will you realise you cannot eat money. An incredible quote. TikTok and Discord. Yeah, I did feel like I'd seen it, and obviously I don't actually get on TikTok. So Discord would be where I've seen that. Okay, time to do jacket. See, for this we will be taking from the base, actually. Well, I guess maybe not starting quite that high. Starting there. Oh, wait. I forgot that the words are part of this layer. There we go. Portions of the collar on this layer? Oh, the entirety of the collar is on this layer? Okay, let's do some, select erase. There we go. Your TikTok's been bugging. Oh yeah, I've been hearing about that too. Deleted TikTok after the update. On the account there. Yeah, I hear a lot of people have been doing that. I haven't bothered with mine because I haven't logged into it in an eternity. And I think I have one thing posted on it. So, okay, time for this. I'm going to start. Where is it? Oh, that should have been symmetrical. Okay. No, wait, no, not there. Oh, right. That's a little different. We will erase that piece, though. Oops. Didn't really want to get it too much, and so I just deleted it. Pretty sure they can track your information up to your account too, including messages and whatever. Oh dear. Well, that's creepy as so. Did I end up catching any of that? Looks like yes, I did. Let me hide the template for a moment. There. That should help a little. I would delete it, but it counts as a source of income since that's the only place where I can promote commissions a lot and receive them. Yeah. That's understandable. Except so I'm sticking to my birthplace. YouTube Shorts, where they know what I want. Except the trans content, can't really watch that in with the Deltarune stuff. I see. Okay. Yeah. Good start. Okay, time for the else. Also, bring back the template. I think I'm going to do that, just to make it a little more obvious which ones are coming from the template. Okay, back to the jacket. Santa's an anagram for trans. This might not be quite the same letters. Yeah, it's like that one quote, you can't spell whatever the thing is without several letters from my name. I forget what that's from or what the original letter was, but... Wait, that might have been from... Is that a Claptrap quote? It sounds like something Claptrap would say. Okay, lapels. I would struggle to make lapels look decent. Specifically, this part. But I think that's actually going pretty well. If I leave it like that, this is going to be narrower than I want, and it's going to cover up more than I'd like. So we need to get this to come inward a bit, or outward. I said, yep, outward is what direction that is. Let's do something. Larger shapes first. like that. I forgot to make this. I forgot to make it symmetrical. That's fine. Just put it like there and there. Oops. Oh. I only sort of did that correctly. Select erase, erase that. Okay. Copy paste, transform. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Or at least close enough. Well, I mean, they're pretty close in the alphabet, so I think it counts, you know? Yeah, it's close enough. Sans can be trans. Why not? I mean, we've already got Metaton, who's clearly trans. So why not Sans as well? I say this is not actually quite symmetrical. It's fine. I think all I need is to take this and move it just one pixel. Oh, right. What? So that, but then add back in that. There we go. I think that's enough so that they know. Yeah, that's symmetrical now. If you could only keep one holiday, which would it be? That's challenging. I'm very partial to several holidays. I really like Christmas, I really like Halloween, I really love Day of the Dead, but also there's QPR Day. By far the least used of them, but perhaps the most personally significant. I'll fix that later. Oh yeah, we got to have the pockets as well. Oh yeah, I should probably work on having outside, which is going to be more tailored than the morning suit. Actually, on that note, I think we are going to erase this. Oh, I see. Oh, that's fine. I guess we'll start all over. That person having their hands in their pockets doesn't help with figuring out their shape of this. Let's actually take a look at some of our other reference material. You don't help either. Well, they are determined to not help me. Okay, fine. it should more or less go like that, and then yeah, like that, kind of. Good start. That doesn't look very good. Let's try that again. I suddenly remember why I use composition books instead of notebooks. They fall apart less. Oh. Determined. Yes, I'm filled with determination. Not to be confused with determination. Though that is also a quite powerful force, I assume. I mean, maybe not. The Temmies aren't actually terribly powerful. They're funny, though. Some of the people that I know don't like the Temmies, and I think that's tragic. They're adorable and hilarious. It's like if there was a cat owner, but instead of feeling that way about cats, they were a cat, and they felt that way about humans. I guess they act less like a cat owner, more like an aspiring cat owner. Someone who would really, really like to have a cat, but doesn't. Why is my music ended? Hey, music. What are you doing? Oh, it's just that one song! That one song takes forever to start. Why do you not have any sound until like 22 seconds into the track? I'm removing this one from the playlist. What is this called? Faded Memories. So, that's it. Where are you? Okay. I didn't realise that was going to skip the song, but that's fine. Alright. Yeah, this is decent. Right, we do need to account for the shape of the lapel. Actually, right there is a good place to do so. Yeah. Okay, lapel time. Oh yeah, that one actually worked out really well. That one didn't, though. Yeah, something like that. Come on. There we go. Yeah, that'll work fine. I do realise this is a bit too straight. Can't have straight things on our very queer stream, except for, of course, Edith. There we go. You're cleaning syrup? Like syrup for pancakes? But yeah, I was just saying that, we can't have straight things here on our gay stream, except for you. You're like Princess Diana. And it's like, this person was straight, but has pretty much been honorarily made a part of the community. Spits on fluff for no reason. What are you, a cowboy? Oh. That's horrible, Edie. My condolences. It's not in my Mrs. Toasters, what? Why do you have to clean it up? You want to eat the melted cough drops? Strange decision, Sarima. That's good, but we're going to make this a little narrower here. There we go. Okay, the pill's finished. And we're going to need a button on one side. Is that? Wait a second. The vest and the jacket. No, they're the same side. Never mind. Can I draw a Homer? Like Homer Simpson? 1 AM spark to clean. That's definitely not what I feel inspired to do at 1 AM. I feel inspiration at 1 AM, but not for cleaning. The symmetry was turned on when I was making that bow tie over here. Sure. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn on the sketch thingy. That's fine. Let's try drawing Homer Simpson from memory. So his head vaguely looks like a pill, I think. Something like that. Then he's got the weird mouth. Very round eyes. Two strands of hair. Those kind of bulge, don't they? Like that. I think I haven't made his eyes large enough, actually. Like one very round ear. I think it's kind of something like that. Homer Simpson on speed. Why are you doing this bit more? What do you mean? I think I've done the slightly wrong. Also, I think that somewhere around here, maybe, the head goes, yeah, not like that. She does have, like, a neck. And it's random, that, something like that. This is kind of horrifying. First off, the blank hair. How do you was genuinely interested in something in front of him. Perhaps not only interested, but a bit concerned, I think. Oh yeah, he does have a nose. I think that is more or less the correct... maybe the first one's better than his. Nope. Yeah, there we go. There's... I'm definitely missing something. Yeah, go for. This is completely from memory. I have not looked up any reference of this. Does he have eyebrows? I don't know if he has eyebrows. I've definitely gotten something wrong with the shape of his head here. This looks like if he was a caveman somehow, which they've probably shown on The Simpsons. Why do his eyes look like that? Is this supposed to have something like that? And now he looks kind of high. Does he have... Does he have something like this? Is that what I'm missing? I think he does. I think he does. I think that might be what I'm missing. I don't think I've seen Homer Simpson in anything other than memes for a while. I feel like this part of the mouth should have been higher up. Yeah, something like that. Oops. Eyebrows? You think eyebrows are what he needs? That looks kind of sad. Let's try a different eyebrow shape. Maybe more like chunkier. I genuinely don't remember if he has eyebrows. Just posted his and art. Okay, I'm going to... Toaster, if you don't mind, I will grab yours and paste it so that we can do a comparison. you definitely... That's it. So there's definitely an element to toasters that is... I guess extreme. So what size so we can compare. I do notice, so one thing that you've got correct that I do not, is that it is just a line along the back. You're absolutely correct, it is just a line. I think also I have made the nose too small. Yeah, I think it is just squiggle over there. Okay, let's find the real one. That's just the head. Okay, so... Yeah, so nose is definitely larger. Yeah, it goes between the eyes. I made the pupils too large, as it turns out. And there's no eyelids, but there's kind of a suggestion of an eyebrow. I guess he's so bald that he doesn't even have eyebrows. And it's a little less round. It's more of a... kind of descends, I suppose. And then, I mean, not quite like that, but something like that, more or less. Realistic Homer Simpson versus Homer Simpson versus Homer Simpson. I think what we have is Homer Simpson after just an absolutely terrible night. Homer Simpson in his 60s, and then the original. There's also, I noticed, he's got a much more significant overbite. So I actually had too little distinction here. Should have been more like that. It's less that and more this. The shape. It's also a little less rounded. I'm not trying on the same layer. Yeah, it's a little less rounded than I did. More subtle, actually, which is interesting. And interesting. I did remember the two hairs on top there. I also put the ear in the wrong place, sort of. More like that, and the ear, I guess, kind of... I mean, no, it is in the right place. It's too big. Homer Prime? Oh, that's it. Congratulations on new growth. Yeah, it's kind of like that. I do need the mouth and the eyes closer. Something like that. That instead of the eyebrows. Interesting. That's it. That was a good exercise, though. Oh, did I just do that? I did that on the jacket layer? Good practice to occasionally try just drawing something from memory. Where do we go from new model design to Homer Simpson? Ask Toaster. Okay, speaking of new model design, let's go ahead and think, what else do I need to do with the jacket? Ah, yes. Just connect the arms to what we have here. Hold on a second. I'm not... Nope, we're still symmetrical. Let's turn off the symmetry. That, then. Okay, there is a suit jacket. I think for the tuxedo, though, I will actually try French cuffs. Anyone who doesn't know who Toast is my older brother. Ah, yes. Almost legal adult. Oh, congratulations, Toaster. Okay, French cuffs. Oh, they don't look terribly complicated. I guess, in a way, there's not much point in drawing the French cuff hair so much, because well, I mean, I guess you'll see a little bit of it. I realise now that French cuff technically isn't even on this layer, it's on the shirt layer. This do require a sleeve that's rather wider than your arm, though. But to be fair, that's pretty typical in suit jackets, anyway. They also typically do something like this that makes the distinction between your arm and your torso a lot more distinct. There, something like that. And then shirt. Would you rather live 500 years in the past or 500 years in the future? I think I would take 500 years in the future, personally. We still had plagues. We still had plagues back in the 1500s. It was not a good time, medically speaking. Also, no heaters. Prime's in the Discord. Oh dear, what the heavens is this? Oh, it's Handsome his Squidward, but Homer. So that everyone else can see the horror. Those veins, though. Looks like he's got blood poisoning. Anyway, French cuffs. Wait, was this? That was just that. Okay, yes, I accidentally made that transparent. Instead of deleting it the first time. Make it round. Round here, but then less round. Cuff itself. Or the bottom part of the cuff, anyway. In reality, it's probably a little less extreme looking. But it's a drawing, so we try to exaggerate things. There we go. Okay, and then we'll have some sort of pin. We're going to go with the clock look again. Which, well, it says just going to be a circle. We'll give the actual clock shape there. colouring. Public execution for Toaster! Oh my goodness, no! So much time organising. Yes, it is indeed quite late. I, in fact, am about to end the stream in about 10 minutes. It is late indeed. Yeah, save before I forget. This shape is not ideal. I need to worry about that later. Try to get the broad strokes on paper before we move on. Okay. Going to grab the base, and from the base, we're going to grab this. At which point, I'm not even sure how much is left on the base. Pants! Yeah, actually, I'm going to undo that, because I realise I do not need the feet. That's, yeah, if we do shoes, those can go on that one. Pants! And, of course, I think I will manage to not get any of the colouring done for this one, but I will. Pencil! Oh, yeah, first, actually. Symmetric ruler. Guess it doesn't really matter if I erase this, given that the colour's going to go. Okay, so there we have pens. They will... I guess I don't actually want any part of the pants, do I? I want to do essentially all of it by hand. Now, supposedly to qualify as a tuxedo, you need to have the silk stripe on the pants. Satin stripe. However, it's kind of hard to draw, as I found when I did the original design. And by original, of course, I just mean design one. How many times can I do the same line? Too many. I'm literally going backwards. Semi-straight lines are some of the hardest ones. I do like the pants slightly tapered, but I think I might be tapering it a little too much. And then I immediately make it taper so much more. Okay. Where are we going with these? About here, I think. That doesn't make sense. About like this, except pants do tend to have a bit of shape, like they don't form perfect cylinders. Deform. that wasn't special power. Okay. There we go. Worked fine. Middle round there. No. Okay, good enough. Good enough. Pants! Right. Something like that. Yeah, I've definitely made it so that there is too much space there. Oh, that's just because I've been interpreting where my thighs meet. Okay, that's the issue. There we go. That's better. Yeah, I suppose we will do the zipper. Okay. Drawn. Success. Good enough. Alright. I haven't done the buttons yet for the shirt, but I think that's okay. We're going to start, and by start I mean end, by laying out some really quick colour. So. Third colour, which is white. Of course, we don't work in pure white, we work in off-whites. Probably realistically, this would be like that. No, for... Right. Merged image, there we go. Where's the base? Is that on the jacket? That is on the jacket. We don't need that. Aha! Would you rather furnish your dream home in antiques or in cutting-edge modern designs? Yeah, I prefer antiques. And not just because of where I'm from, I just... Oh, that's what I did wrong. Yeah, I just prefer it. Actually, let's remove the jacket. And then we just... Wait, what does that go over? Oh, right, that's that. This would be a good thing to do with symmetry on. There we go. Then also need... Oh, actually, I should have done that with the bow tie. Where's... Wait. All the shirt ended up with was the bow tie in that. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. The cutting edge, you know, the modern designs tend to be a bit clinical for my taste. So I find, plus, also, if you look at antiques, you know, you have a bunch of eras to choose from, whereas modern design, you have precisely one, and that is now. Oh, we have an ad starting. No, absolutely not. We're about to leave. Okay, there's that. Now, bow tie, we will turn those off. Bow tie is yellow. We shall grab the lighter yellow. Oh, yes. Bow tie color. So we can have at least a basic flat color idea of what it should look like. Oh, yeah. Might want to turn off the symmetry for a moment, since the bow tie is asymmetrical. At least, you know, this portion, bows, opposed to the tie. Alright, there we go. That's the bow tie done. And then we'll need... Oh yeah, the vest is going to need probably the jacket in the picture. Yeah, there's plenty enough. And this is to match the bow tie, at least for this one. Vest color. Which does mean I'll have to do different colour buttons. I usually do them as gold. Oh, I should put one there, but I will. I'm going to, for the moment, also colour over the buttons. That way I can reshape them later. Yeah, that works well. Vest colour, and now, finally, get rid of the vest. Jacket colour. And this is going to be dark purple. Darker, just a little bit brighter. Well, not brighter, more saturated. And mark, I do need to connect those. Let's not do that. And this is going to be the part that I put the least effort into. Making it, you know, fully coloured in. Just because that would be a lot of little pieces. But we can get a decent idea. I don't need to modify the pencil, thank you. That. Oh yeah, I was supposed to make, pockets. Exactly how the pockets on this. Okay. Bring back the vest for a moment. Oh, good heavens, far too large. So those are at an angle. Isn't that? Might have an upward angle. Actually, it's a bit more like flaps. Because that's what they are. Okay. Perfect. Oh, right, shirt colour should have another piece to it. Not that you can, you know, really make it out. No, snooze the head again. Using up all 3 of my snoozes. The shirt colour there might help a little. And there we are. Let me make them more visible. So I didn't need the base. Oh, right. Black pants. I haven't done the pants yet. Next colour. Okay, simple enough. And there we have the basic colour theory of this version. I do like it. I wonder if I tried a little harder to stick to my colour palette, could I make it work with brown pants? I think yes, but I think I need a darker brown. Less saturated. Yeah, like a deep brown I think we can work with. I wonder. No, we will stop tinkering. I need to raid yawning. Yes, exactly. We need to end the stream. Alright. Thank you all so very much for coming. It has been lovely hanging out with you all. I hope that you all had as much fun as I did. Though I know for Cirilla, probably a little hard with the, how many did you say? 40-something deaths? Good night, sleep well, get rest everyone, get food and water if you need it before bed, and, yeah, thank you for coming by. Tune in next time for, I don't even, what am I doing in Minecraft? I couldn't find anything. I didn't find anything I needed in the nether, but probably going back to the nether again. Probably dying in the nether again. And, yeah. Take care, radio listeners. I will see you all in, probably, I'm not saying, oh, well, no, that's French. We're not going into French streams. There we go. This looks fun. Anyway, I will figure that out while we're on the goodbye screen. I will see you all another time. Sleep well, take care, and... Nope, that was all the things. Bye-bye! Oh, thank you for coming. That's it, thank you for coming.